Yo, what's up? We're just getting started. Be sure to check the playlist in the chat. I started on the first song of this Fender Rhodes Chill playlist. It's raining outside. I figured it kind of fits. I oh no. Guess I'm not starting with the rant, so that's something good. It is raining out. Nerves are nerving. But yeah, I can't wait to get this going. So sit back for a second. I'm just gonna make sure everything's working properly, and then gonna jump back in, puppy cams and all. All right, I got to do all that over again because my mic wasn't on. Good morning, everybody. I guess there's no such thing as not having a technical snafu, but this one's definitely my fault. So, good morning, good early afternoon. Hope you're doing well. I hope you had a great week, and I hope you had a great long weekend. Um, as I was saying while I was muted, I would have wished you a long weekend on Friday, but I just didn't realize it was happening. Time's just kind of sneaking up on me. I guess maybe everybody as well. But I was just kind of going through some files just now um, for this new character. It's not a new character. She was created in 2014. I was kind of trying to think of an idea to pitch for animation because, well, actually, I didn't mention it on stream, but I was writing my blog last night. I didn't finish it, but it's the Paolo blog. Well, I gotta finish his. I can show you that really quick. Let me make sure it's okay. Yeah. Uh, mm, that's fine. Let's see if I can find my. Is that it? Yep. Here we go. So this is where I'm at with my portfolio layout for Paolo. It's almost there. I finished Gundy. I don't know if I got that one in here. Um, if not, I can pull it up. Yeah, give me a second. I'll pull it up. I think that one turned out well. I was pretty happy with how that went. Um, was happy with how it turned out too. So I can't wait to do the other Menu Massacre characters. Um, can't wait to do the other Menu Massacre characters and put them in this similar layout because this kind of came to me. The whole layout was pretty quick and easy. So I want to stick with this in terms of uh, when I do the falafel, the burrito, and all the other characters, to kind of lay them out in something similar to this for my portfolio. Um, for Paulo, I'm still trying to figure that out, but I do want to keep something also similar for the rest of the Shadow Crash characters, and that way thematically it all just fits together better. It's how I did with the my other. I wish I wouldn't do that, but it's not that. My other portfolio characters, like here, you'll see that the turtles characters kind of all fit together. I want to do the same. Want Fright Crew, the other Fright Crew designs that I put together to have that same kind of look to it. Um, and then with the Captain Underpants as well, I want like something a little bit more lighter and cartoonier. So, actually, let me pull that up again. And that's kind of the whole point in this redesign of the portfolio. With these the middlemost post as well. Kind of try to keep the same theme. Maybe use like the same fonts and some design elements as well. So, um, so that's kind of where I'm going with that. That's why this one's taking me a little bit longer. This was 2 weeks ago, not almost 2 weeks ago that it was finished. Um, but then setting up the stream and working on my pages too. I'm just like jumping everywhere. So Gabby, I created. I was trying to find. Let me find some older drawings that I did of these characters. Here's Gabby. I think it's definitely not the first one, because I sketched it out in my notebook. If there's anything in here, there's different versions of pages and the like. Here, it might be in my notes. Nope, not here. Surprised I can't find my. I had to go into some older folders then. Here's like a quick cover that I did though. But here's a couple other quick images. I should. Let's see how much you can see there. So that was just kind of like a cover mock of what the first collection would be. There's Gabby and Claw kicking it in front of the junkyard. I haven't really dug into these characters in about 3 years. It kind of. There's a story behind it, and I'll get into it. I don't really want to get into it here. I'll just say, for one thing, on my part, I was spent. I was burnt out. Like, I spent years like working, and I was working on stuff like character design, but also the coloring that I wasn't really drawing, and I wasn't doing comics. So when I got to this, I pretty much face planted. Like it was just tough trying to get through it. And so, it's not something that, it's definitely still in the cards. It's still definitely in the works, and there's plans. There's definitely story that's still developed. But I've been kind of just moving towards trying to draw comics again, and that's kind of what Hello Friend is. If you're gonna look on the website, let's just pull that up again really quick, because I got time since I roughed out most of this Gabby stuff that you'll see today a couple years ago. But Hello Friend is kind of me just trying to rekindle my let me see, this thing is kind of I don't like what this window's doing. There we go. Oh my goodness. Windows is being difficult. What else is new? Anyways, so, you know, this is more for expression, right? This is more of just like the little short stories and stuff that I had in my notebooks that I kind of want to do and finish off. And just trying to just kind of see what works and what doesn't work, as far as my abilities with comics and cartooning, right? Because I'm just so rusty at it. And so, you know, um, this is still something I want to continue to explore. And actually, now that I think about it, I'm kind of liking at least this face, this mouth. Not so much the eyes, but the mouth. But Gabby went through a bunch of different iterations. So back in 2014, it's gonna be in my blog. It's a small explanation because it's kind of about this project or the assignment as well, and some of my motivations behind it. But it is I gotta find it like an older folder. My apologies. Um, okay, you know what? I think I was just looking in the wrong directory. My bad. Okay, here we go. I found a lot of stuff. So, um, okay, boom. Found a lot of the post-its that I was like writing this on. I could flip through them really quick. I'm gonna send her on Gabby for the time being because I got notes for other characters as well. So I got a tons of shit here, right? Um. Anyways, so this all started as notes in my notebook. I wanted to kind of create like this. I was working on Turtles. I wanted to pitch something that um, was 2D, but kind of incorporated like design and graphics and just other types of animation. Not just traditional, movements and the like and action, but also, I mean, you see it now a lot, so it's kind of commonplace. Um, I guess if anything would compare to it would be like something like Gumball, you know, and that was kind of also riffing on what I was doing with Teen Heaven back in the 2000s, just using different textures and different design types. So, around that time, I was trying to get out of the 9 to 5 grind, and on top of that, I was freelancing, doing color work, and so that was morning, noon, and night essentially for me. So I was wanted to like pitch an idea that can break me out of that can say, okay, I could be creative, I can do something in a creative manner, and I can make money. You know, sure there's compromises and stuff, but you know, um, I just wanted to at least get some, and I also wanted to get a project that understanding that if I were to sell something, I'm selling the first project with no leverage. So there's going to be a lot of compromise. There's going to be a lot of this and that. So it can't be an idea that I was too attached to. So I kind of came up with, I resurrected an old idea, which is called History is Written by Victor. We'll get to that at some other time. Um, and Gabby's Gears, well, it was called at the time, it's called Ruby DIY, right? Do it yourself. It's a big do it yourself craze. But she was also so the character was always kind of there from the beginning. Is just like, okay, she builds stuff, she makes things, right? She's independent, and she's self sufficient, and so I was trying different names out and the like, but Holly's suspicious. But this is what, this is, up here, up top is different name ideas. But I think this came a little bit later, But I never was sold on that name Ruby DIY. It was always um, like a stand-in title. And so down here, and then this is her best friend Claw. So since the beginning, You know, doesn't this shop go against your whole DIY ethos? Yeah, but I need the loot. So I don't know what she's doing there. Maybe I don't know, she's selling out, I suppose. You know, but when I meant about using different types of animation, this is one of the biggest things that really just I think I was in the shower, which a lot of ideas happen in the shower, but I think I was in the shower um, and I just kind of envisioned this little sequence of maybe some kind of emotional turn, right? Whatever it is, there was no real context to it, but I just thought of just the idea of just like one expression here, and then in the next scene, a paper tears off, right, and you can see the little tears and the rips, and then you see the little drop shadow that it causes, and then it's got a different set of eyes. It's a very simple. I mean, probably did it in grade school, right, where you just draw two different faces and you just tear it. But just kind of using that as but maybe more in a more like VFX style, a more effect style instead of just literally doing it on paper. Um, Also, I mean, and this wasn't because of me. This is just coincidentally, but when I worked on Captain Underpants a few years later, they kind of were doing a lot of that same stuff. Like a lot of the stuff that you see in Captain Underpants is like, man, that's kind of the stuff that I was thinking of for Ruby. Um, but then also here's that little scene there too, right, from that notebook. Um, So, I used to carry around my notebooks and then I would jot down little story ideas. I didn't really have like a full-fledged idea, but here's a post-it drawing, um, of some design ideas, when I was trying to settle on something. Um, 2014. Here's another one. I think it's a fun customer thing. Eat a shit bird. So that's the kind of attitude that I want for her. She's just kind of she's a tough kid. There's Claw, who's very dipped all the time, and you know, I mean, I don't know what that would be nowadays. I guess I mean, he's gonna stick with his like fake Louis Vuitton hat and his scarf. Fuck it, I still think that's kind of fits his character, and this is kind of closer to what like the actual design is looking like. I feel like I still want to go a little goonier though, like this. Here's kind of probably more. This is also 2014, and I think this is the design that I settled on then. That's kind of cool too. See, I want to have like just a little spikes, and then maybe a bow would do some fun stuff, right? And then this is from 2021, right? And there's the color version of this here design. Oh, right? Yeah, it's the color version. But I didn't like it. It looked too stiff. It looked just too. It completely just lost the the craziness and the wildness and the dynamic. Um, she's like too mellow in that. Like this is what I'm going for, right? Um, not so much. This is what I'm going for too, right? And so, 20 in 2020, I kind of dusted it off again. It was still Ruby DIY, and I was hoping to partner with some people to like pitch it as an animated series, but just it was actually no like 2019. It was like 2019. Um, I was thinking about dusting it off, and I kind of started working back into it, started creating new characters. I think actually that's the point when, because dude, I had trouble trying to get Rosa's like character design down. And I remember just one night, I don't remember if I had the dinner before or after, right? But I remember there was a dinner involved, and either I was showing my friends the designs that I was having trouble with, and then later just unlocked it later at home, or I unlocked it, I really like got nailed the design, and then was telling my friends about it. I don't remember exactly how that played out, right? But she was tough, and then I think she's gonna be third. Let me see, make sure you can see it. Yeah, I think so. I think when next week, the next 2 weeks are gonna be Shadow Crush designs, right? The 2 weeks after that are gonna be Menu Massacre designs, and so after that is gonna be Gabby designs, and we're gonna do Claw, and we're gonna do Rosa. Are gonna be the next two characters, and those are kind of started as well. But Rosa was like such a hard design to get down. Let me see if I can find. Oh man, here's one. I don't know how much of that you can see right away. Okay, I'm gonna open a couple. That might be the first design, unless she might exist as a rough design somewhere in like a notebook as well. I don't quite remember. I guess I can get more into that when we do her design, right? But like, you know, these were kind of brutal, right? So as you can see, I pretty much had like the other characters down at this point, right? There's Aiden, there's Claw, there's Gabby, there's Chris, and there's Rose. And I was just like not hitting it, not hitting it. I'm just like, what the fuck, you know? And wait, this one is another one. This one was a tough one. It's like, yikes. I don't know what I was doing here, but I think this is kind of what led to that. Um, Not that. We're closing that. I think that kind of made way for this here. So, and this is a design that I was happy about. I'm like, okay, finally, like I fucking hit it. Right? And then so, around that time, um, it was gonna be developed as a comic book. It still is, I don't know, you know, what the status is on any of that right now. Um, but I'm still working on it. I've not abandoned it. Um, it's just this right now. I think I'm just gonna be doing just for my portfolio again. That's kind of the quest with this uh, whole stream. So I figure since I got most of the turn down, I kind of want to see if I could rescue this a little bit, right? So I mean, these designs I was doing on stream as well back in I think 2022 or 2023. Um, I think that was more just to like stream. I didn't really have a goal in mind with it, and that's when I started working on, because I was also working on Claws and Rosa's designs as well. Um, so those are already started. Rosa's pretty much there as well, right? So, I think again when we get to her, it's just gonna be probably the same as Gabby. Just kind of finish it off and just make sure that everything lines up and we kind of retain what we want to retain. Going across the entire thing. But yeah, I mean she's almost there. I guess I might tweak the design a bit more next time. Claw is started, you know, but I might tweak his design a bit too. Something a little simpler. And again, my purpose for this is essentially, this isn't exactly what they're gonna be like in the comics. Um, these might not be the final designs I end up using them. Because you see here in the comics too, she's a little bit different. I'm still kind of trying to figure her out exactly. And I think that's just going to take a lot more drawing. Just drawing like different poses and and expressions. So, um, with this, oh, and here's another like, okay, well, let me get back to that in a second. Let me close out some of this other stuff. I want to keep this open. Actually, I'm going to bring this into the document because I kind of want to use it as kind of like a compass, right? Like, where do we want the flavor to be, right? Like, what do we want it to kind of keep towards so it doesn't get too stale, right? So I have a tendency to overwork my designs, and you know they can fall apart pretty easily. They can just kind of turn into just flavorless, you know, nothing. So I want to kill that. Actually, I'm gonna bring this in as well. Actually, I'm gonna keep this off to the side. I'm gonna keep this open and off to the side. You know, um, so I don't know. Sometimes things take time, right? Like sometimes just things just you work it, you work it, you work it, you work it. You get frustrated, you walk away, and you come back to it, and it just starts to um, play out like right in front of you, as if as if it was there all along. But I don't know. Maybe you need to have a certain point of view. A person needs a certain point of view to be able to pick up on some of that stuff. Anyways, so you know, around like 2020, well, 2019, 2020 is when I was trying to like develop it as an animated series again. I'm like, I'll dust it off. I'll kind of go back to what the original idea was to do, and that was to try to pitch it to the networks. I had just gotten um, let go from DreamWorks, and they didn't renew Captain Underpants, so we were let go, and I had talk about better days. I had money in the bank, I had good credit, so I was like, okay, I could take a little time to just work on some type of stuff to try to get out. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what the next steps in my life were at that point. Do I want to keep working jobs? Do I want to, at that point, like right around that time as well, like the Lego movie had just come out, so I had my first feature credit. Shout out Rob Schraub for putting me on that. And I was like, man, this is awesome. Now I got a feature credit. A Mad magazine had just come out. Of course, another Dogman had just come out. Um, it's kind of like things were happening, and then it just kind of like, well, and so during that point, I'm like, this is the time. Now I've got connections from the industry. I've got producers that I know. I've got, it's just like, okay, things are lining up. And so I resurrected this, and History is written by Victor. Did try to partner up with some people. We never made the connection, until there was a possibility of it being a comic book was come up. And so in 2021, this is about 2020, 2021. So about 2020, I think, is when I remember just being off in the kitchen somewhere. It's during lockdown, and what I would do is, this is how I write. Hey, what's up, Melanie? Good to see you. Yes, Gabby update. So like in 2020, I was like pacing around my apartment. I'm like, what do I call this thing? I don't like um, Ruby DIY. Mobile on. And then I just started, like, I don't know how. It was like a puzzle in my head, right? Because the whole premise is she's very talented. She's very gifted um, with electronics and devices and putting things together, right? She's not like a coder, she's not an inventor, but she knows how things work and she can fix things and she can make things from things. She could, um, she can wire your house, she could fix your stereo, she could fix your car. Um, but like, okay, so and the other part is like, so she the whole premise is she gets in trouble. She's from the Bay Area. Her and her mom live in the Bay. She gets in trouble in school. Her mom sends her down to live with her great aunt, and her great aunt runs a junkyard. And she's like, okay, well, this will be good for her because it'll keep her out of trouble. Um, you know, she's in a junkyard. I mean, that's kind of like paradise, right? There's just so much stuff, and so her aunt lets her open up a shop in the junkyard, and she opens up this little repair shop, right? And she makes gadgets too, right? I mean, she can invent, I guess, but she's not just like she kit bashes, I should say. So she makes things out of things. So I mean, I guess you can call some of those things inventions, and it's kind of like a not Rube Goldberg exactly, but um, you know she could fix things, right? And and so she opens up a little shop in her great aunt's junkyard, and um, and it's in Los Angeles. So she's from the Bay. This takes place in Los Angeles, and um, I was pacing around. I'm like thinking of the story ideas, thinking about what to call it, thinking about all these things, and it just kind of started like just out of nowhere, almost like a puzzle, just started coming together. It's just like gadget, emporium, and repair shop, right? Gears, Gears. I was like, oh shit, like this is it. So I was like, okay, Gabby's Gears, right? And in the title, Gears would be all capital, Gabby's would be just first letter capital, and you know things just started coming together. But I mean, but it also kind of like opened up the story as well. So I was just writing all this stuff, but um, it was just taking forever to try to put it together and make it all work. So that's still kind of where I'm at. I'm still trying to get the story stuff together, and then be able to produce those pages, in enough time as well, because that was another part where I face planted. It was taking me forever to just do this stuff. So I'm hoping little by little by doing the other comics, I could start picking up some momentum and get back to doing these as well. But the stories are constantly being written. I'm always like jumping back and writing in another character or plot point. So you know, once I can actually get to sit down and organize it all, you know, then I'll figure out what I could do with it. I'm still planning for comics, and it's still gonna be, it'll be on this page here. This is gonna be in a page called All Day Funnies on the website. Um, and it's gonna be here when the page loads. Right. So that's just a mock cover for now. So we got thrilling adventure pages. Also mock cover. It's the adventure part of this whole little all age comics thing. And then this is just the other stuff, the comedy and the drama. It's called All Day Funnies. Um, so 11:30. So I think a little bit after that, after kind of just like okay, I hadn't touched the project in a while. Melanie, I'm pretty sure you were there, but like I streamed these designs last time, but I was just doing it just to do a stream, just for no other purpose. So I wasn't really that invested in trying to you know um, do anything with it. Like she looks kind of weird and doll headed, and I want her to look more cartoony and just natural. So I'm definitely gonna draw over these. You know, where did I just put this other one? Okay, they're over here. Well, there was this other drawing that I had, and I'm like, oh, the smile on this one here. Hmm. Because when I draw her in design form, she looks a little boring. She looks a little just blah, right? Not a whole lot of character, just a little too straight face. She doesn't. You don't kind of get the devious side, I guess. You know. Oh, and so during that time when I was developing it as a comic book, I went through different iterations. We had like the original one based off of that sketch. All right, Mach 2, Mach 3. But I don't know if any of these really captured what I was going for. After I've done each one, I'm like, yeah, this is it. And then I'm like, I don't know. And even now, I'm like, I don't know. So maybe that's what this whole today's episode's gonna be. It's just like, what the fuck do I do? what choice do I make here? Um, and then this was fun, and I love doing this. This I had a great time doing, but this was during lockdown as well. Just like okay, I'm gonna come up with all the. This actually preceded the lockdowns. I think I started working on these in Procreate when I was developing the story because I had this old other. I don't even know if it's in here. This gigantic. It's an infinite canvas on my iPad, and that's what I do most of my writing on, like my initial ideas, and when I try to like kind of get some clue of what just when I get whatever idea, I'll go in there and I open it and I go to the location to where it's kind of relevant, and I'll just write something there, a dumb idea, and then leave it, and then I come back. But I kind of center them since it's an infinite canvas. It just keep going and going and going. So I kind of try to center these ideas around certain, like if there's a certain character, like there's something about Chris here, right? So when I get an idea about Chris, I'll try to find this location on that board. Um, Let me see if I can find. Oh, yep. Here we go. It's gonna be all crunchy because it's a JPEG. Because it's actually it's not too bad. I can actually zoom in pretty nicely. So this is what I write on, right? And this is an older version of it, so there's a lot more stuff in the actual notes and stuff, right? And so like this character here, slogan. Um, he yeah, there's a lot more, lot more slogan stuff in there, right? But whenever I get a dumb slogan idea, I'll come over here and then I'll just sketch it in, and then I just keep adding to it and adding to it and adding to it, and then when it's time to work out story stuff, I can go to that. What I'll do typically is I'll just maybe just take a screenshot of it, and then use that into a different, put that into a different notes app, and then just kind of write around that. But yeah, there's a bunch more to this. This was what I was actually like breaking down all the stories, right? So all the different chapters. issues, breakdowns, right? And then, drawing in the margins is fun. Like this guy at the roller skating rink. So, and that's the other thing too. It's like I've done so many drawings of Gabby too, in my notes and my doodles and stuff like that. It's like it's kind of become like that's kind of what her voice is. I guess that's the best way to explain it, right? So I'm trying to find something in between something I would send to somebody else, like a character design and a character turn, and stuff that just needed for raw information, and something that has a little bit more life to it and little character like this over here, right? You know, this is a little old lady that she helps with her shopping cart. Right, her shopping cart is all out of whack, and she builds her like these little tech legs so she can push her shopping cart. I thought she, I thought she would to fix me buggy. Better yet, she fixed me legs. Like, lady, I can help you out. I got this. So, man, I should just take these and just turn them into little illustrations. Just a little one shot. Maybe I'll do paintings of it. I don't know. La Viejita. Let's see where, I think she's on this sheet too, right? Oh, maybe not. Wow. Oh, no, there she is. I don't know. I like the other one. This could be a different one. This could be one Viejita. And I think this one needs to be in there too. I'm going to actually, I'm going to do something real quick. Screenshot it. Right. Copy it. Just as a reminder to myself that she needs to be a design as well. She can be just more like a random one in the background. But anyways, because I like this design too. And then there's this one too. So maybe they could be a trio. Yeah. Because these are my like crypt keepers. La Cantante, La Doña, and El Palatero. And they tell the stories from around the way. So these are a lot of, some are classmates, some are neighborhood kids, some are friends. Their slogan. There's crypto the supervisor, but I don't know, the word crypto means something different now, so it was supposed to be crypto like spooky or weird. But Wengie enchiladas. There's Billy. So, we got plenty of characters to turn. We got tons. We'll start with these, and then, for fun later on, I don't know how this thing's gonna go, but shit, maybe we'll work our way through it. We'll work on full-on character turns for all these characters. But now we got to start with the main one, which is Gabby, and yeah, like I said, she was going through different um, lineups and or different iterations, different styles. I wanna steal these really quick, and let me see if there's anything here. I wish I had my other notes, the more current ones. And here's the other place where I write too. Here's where it's an actual PDF. Okay. Let me see what you can see. All right. So here's where I write. It's an app called Paper on the iPad. This is where I actually write my pages and lay them out, right? You know, I mean, these right here are actually from Photoshop. You know what I'll do is after I do my layouts, I'll bring them, you know, the finished pages or the more completed pages back into this, just to get a better view, you know, what I'm doing. Um, but you know, typically they start out like this. Let me see if I can zoom in. There we go. Let me get this better in screen. I'm gonna. They're sleeping anyways. Not that one. That one. All right. Yeah, you can't even see them. They're sleeping. I'll turn it back on soon. Um. But these are all my comic layouts, and this also like an older version as well. All right. Oh, PDF, you're not so fun. So, anyways, I don't know. I'm just kind of. Okay. So, what we'll start off with, I guess. Let's work into the 3/4 really quick. I did steal that. I wanted to steal that face, right? But I also remember there being some kind of head shape that I was like, okay. Alright. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to multiply it, shrink it. Actually, let me see what you're seeing. Okay. I'm going to bring it up here. I think her ears should be up a little higher like it is here too. But I'm wondering if that's... Maybe her eyes could be a little smaller. She can have more of a... Like, I think that needs to be just kind of grimier. I think it needs to be not so clean. Right? Let's start with the front, I think, instead of the 3/4. That's what I'm gonna go. I'm going rogue. Uh, damn it, I forgot to eat again. And I'm gonna be feeling hungry pretty soon. 528. No. What's happening here? All right. Brand new rough. Let's go. Rough 2025. No. Okay. So I want to take these sketches as well. I'll bring this over here. Well, since we're working on the front, put that there. And put this one here. These yeah, they are. I'm gonna call these ref. Even though there's probably like a million ref folders in here. Okay. And this is a nice circle. I like this. Oh, you can't see it. This here is a nice circle. Fuck, I saw a drawing. I'm like, man, I kind of want to steal that head shape. Yeah, eye shape. I know I got something around here that I'm just like, okay, I nailed it. Maybe it's in the comic. Maybe I should be pulling more from the comic. Oh, this is a nice one. Maybe she should have thick eyebrows too. I want to pull these over here into a separate joint. Okay. So like what if, okay, let's do I do the symmetry? Do I say fuck symmetry? I say let's start with symmetry and then from that I'll do maybe one more take that's asymmetrical. Right. But let's say her head, because I don't like how, okay. Let's start addressing some shit here. Let's see. I want to do that one. And I got to see what you are seeing as well. I want to hit this. Oops. Where you at? No. No. Okay. The one thing I will say is like there was a point I was working on it and I was getting some notes about like her looking too much like a boy, and I was just like, you know what, man, fuck that, fuck that shit. And that's just a little too flat. This is just a little too just kind of like just slightly just there's a little bit of dope in that, just a touch. But you know, I never really stick to model anyways when I'm doing my comics. You know, I try to make it as I try to get it to act as much as possible. Let me see what I got here. Kind of like some of these faces too. That's a good one. I like where I was going with that. Let me see what we got here. Man, I haven't looked at these pages in so long. So this is also okay. Like I was explaining earlier how I was picturing it being just like a variety of just like styles and stuff. I took that idea and I just kind of in a way applied it, even though it's not. Oh come on, man! Photoshop, don't be a jerk. Okay. So this is I kind of incorporated that, even though it's not in the different like VFX or FX style too much. It's more in the drawing, but that kind of that paper shred or ripping across. That's kind of that idea that I incorporated into this. I don't know what I'm saying, but hmm. Well, Rosa's got to do a sobriety check. Um. Like this page is pretty much almost there. It needs a little bit of work, but there's acting in it. I think this is one of my favorite panels. So I should. I'm gonna clip that for something. What's that we got left? Got 3 hours. Spent the whole first hour filibustering as is typical. Um, but is this the face? I don't know if that's... Maybe that is. Maybe I'll grab that one as well. Alright. So I need to bring this back in here. Does she look too cute in that? Like, and not like more Dennis the Menace? You know what I mean? I mean, she's not Dennis the Menace, but I kind of want to sprinkle that kind of attitude in there. This Cage too. I felt like I was starting to rush stuff on this one, but I still like the flow of it. And here's another. Let me hide that. That guide. Oh, there's another one. Where are you? There it is. Okay. Should see what it is. I mean, also unfinished, but you know, it's got the... Like, I think I nailed Rosa on this one. I think that's exactly what I want her to be like. Gabby, you know, Gabby is kind of almost like fucking Plastic Man at this point, I think. Or Bugs Bunny. Like, she changes shape so much, but I think that's the... You know, depending on the... That's the emoting. Because here her head's wider. I think she should have a chipped tooth though. Alright, so let me bring this in here as well. Let me make sure they're in their proper place in the layers. Alright, so alright. You guys should be listening to the playlist too, so you're not... Oh, fuck. Excuse me, I should turn this fan on. I don't have time to, like, properly set up my audio. I'll get there. But the mic, like, picks up that fan like nobody's business. Alright, so let me see. Let's put this down. Where's that other rec that I just... yep. Put those in there. And drop the opacity on some of them. Again, it's more just to get that character down, right? That, like, I kind of feel like her nose is too high up. And I don't think that putting those nostrils in there helps any either. It kind of looks weird now that I think about it. Okay. Okay. Looks they're all multiply. All right. So, I'm gonna take a quick break. Let me set up the symmetry. I'm gonna take a really quick break, and then we'll get into figuring this character out. Something that's a little bit looser and a little bit more fun, and not too rigid. You know, there's times for rigid design, and this isn't it. Shit. Okay, first of all, I fucked up. Let's put that there. I gotta bring it back, don't I? I don't want the info here. Yep, I get in that close. Welcome to the world of design. All right, give me a break, and I'll throw on the puppy cam for you guys. Actually, where's my No, I need to find the one from last time. Where is it? Awesome. Have a great day at work, Melanie. And yeah, uh, there'll be more. There'll be more Gabby. So I'm glad that you were able to get caught up. And thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. I did this little. Oh, there we go. I believe that's the correct one. Yep. Perfect. There we go. So I'll just leave it here. And then Back. Back, back. Oh, there's Spanky. Hi, baby boy. You doing okay? There's a chance I might have to let him out in a minute. We'll see. Lollygagging. So, what are the things that I want to change and fix? I do like that streak in her hair that I have going on here. I like this little streak here. I think it's just kind of differentiate her a little bit. But then the other thing too I gotta remember is like this isn't a superhero comic. Well, it's whatever it is, you know? It's whatever it is. What's the matter, Spanky? What you doing, buddy? Hmm? Come here. No. Where you going? What's the matter, buddy? You need to go outside? Alright, give me a minute. I'll be right back. I apologize, folks. Or is he just... Give me a second. I'm gonna wait and see what he wants. He might just want a snack. Oh, big stretches, buddy. Oh, big stretches. You wanna come up? Okay. You wanna come up on my lap? No? No? You don't wanna work with me? Oh, buddy. Oh, big yawns. Big yawn, mama. What? That big old yawn. Alright. Well, let's get started with what I'm trying to figure out here. And that is Gabby not being so... Let me see. What if she has a big round nose? Maybe I should turn the symmetry off really quick. I mean, she's got such a round head. But I like this here, I guess. Oh, wait, let me... Maybe it should be kind of like semi-round. No, but then I think that kind of makes it a little bit more typical. Let's see. I do like that shape though. And then maybe, do her eyes just need to be this low? Right? And then her nose. Let's see. I'm also wondering if she's too long. That looks kind of weird. Right? Let's see. Okay, actually what I would do though, here, if I was gonna go with this shape, I'd want this little bend here to point out, because that's almost like the cheek, Right, this could be the back of the head or the side of the head. This could be the cheek and jaw. Right. This is already like an improvement over what was there a second ago. Yeah, and then what if you... See, those eyes are probably... Oh, this stuff is probably a bit too low. But I think maybe her face should sit lower on her head than it does now. And I think that would kind of tone down like the cutesiness. Like it's still cute, but like, like she should just have one of these at all times, like a little, a little. So just getting in. It's not that she's getting into fights or anything like that. It's just like she's fucking around with like machinery and, you know, I'm sure she's got like wrenches and shit falling on her head at any given point. So she's gonna have to have a thick skull for that. You know, I'm sure she's taken more than enough spills. But I think, yeah, I think her mouth should come out that way. Like she should look like a brat. I don't think she's a brat. Kind of like this, almost like this Wally Wood mouth. But how does that work with lips, though? Should she have lips? Yeah, that's the tricky part. I mean, that's what I was kind of going for right here. Maybe that's a... What if you make up a whole different type of... I'm not really a fan of this style, to be perfectly honest. Hmm. Nah. But the thing is, like... I'm always, like, going back and forth between, like, design, especially something like this, and its practicality. Like, okay, so if her mouth opens... If this is how small her jaw is, where does her jaw just kind of come all the way down here when her mouth opens? And I think it's gonna have to kind of thin out a bit. You know, how much can you exaggerate? You know, or probably what I should think is like I should leave room for exaggeration. I kind of like this here, right? Maybe she just has a top lip, right? And then she's got a chipped tooth. Huh. Maybe she's got like a straight here, or a slight straight, and then this just kind of curves all the way around, and then a slight under. Yeah, I think she should have a chipped tooth for sure. And I think it would point, like one would be straight and the other one, something like that. But I think maybe her eyes could be bigger. Let's do something about these eyebrows too. I like that. I already think that it's. I think that it's already capturing what I'm going for here. Maybe it's this. Oh, Herman, what's the matter, Bubba? Maybe we do show a little bit of that cheek, or that, yeah, that like smile there. Oh, Herman wants his ball. Hang on, give me 1 second. No, that's the wrong one. You want that one. Right there. No, Herman. Right here. There you go. Good job. There you go. Okay. Yeah, looking at it from back there, where I getting Herman's ball, it already looks better. You know, I want her to be fucking scrappy. She's sweet, but oh, I wonder if I should give her that tail too. I want to give her. I might do it. Give her a rat tail. So I think her ear. Is my symmetry on? No. So let me actually take this. This is a tricky curve to nail. And I know my placeholder's on. I'm eating some quick snacks too. So this could be like a little curve, and then this could be straight. Right. Kind of do. We did the same. This is my kind of like go-to with my teeth. This is how I like making teeth. Mm. But I like this more like Pac-Man look to her. You know, keep the round nose. I'll keep the round nose as I munch and I crunch on some trail mix. Trail mix. I think the head shape's much better. She doesn't need lipstick. I don't think she's anti-makeup per se. Maybe something like that. Yeah, maybe one like thick one and one thin one. She looks goonier and I love it. See, I'm wondering if the lips are too much. Right. But the thing is, like, she's got a heart of gold. Because she's helping out her aunt. You know. man, yeah, like just a little bump in the back there, and then maybe, as Corey would call it, he called it cereal cheek. So maybe just bring it like this, come out just a tad, not even much. And I think that smile line also makes a difference. Does she have a? I think I was gonna give her a dimple. There we go. All right, I'm kind of enjoying this now. I did not expect this today, so um, I guess already this early on we got a little bit of a victory, kind of cracking the codes of what I want out of a design. And I think this hair makes a lot more sense. Now I don't even know if I want to really go. Maybe I'll do the spike. Excuse me. It should kind of come down, not quite completely over her eye, just for the sake of this design. And then, so maybe something like this. Hmm. But I think she should also have that as well. Let's see if we can make this work. Especially on that body. Still wondering if it's too long, or if I should shrink it up a bit. Oh yeah, she's got the rat tail too. That stays. Oh, wait. Now, like, in these pages, her eyes are closer together too, so I'm wondering if I should try that here. Huh, I do like that. I don't think I can really. Let me see how much. Let's see. Maybe. I still think that head would need to come in some though. Um, right? A little better. I think this could be a little bit closer as well. You know, I just wonder if like it would make her look less human too. You know. So I'm gonna actually I'm gonna make a copy of that really quick. I'm gonna try something here with the eyebrows. Now she looks like completely like super naive. There's I do like it, but I still think it's kind of missing the mark in some way. Maybe she could use a little bit more like curves in some of her features. Actually, you know, let's go. Yeah. Maybe it's too high up. See, now I feel like I'm getting a little too in the weeds. I think part of it too might be just the like her face doesn't get this complex in the comics, right? It's pretty simple. It's round, it's round, it's round, it's round, it's round. And here I'm introducing all these like ins and outs. So I think I need to um, kind of lose that again and kind of get back to um, the comic, right? Doesn't have to be a perfectly round circle. You know, I do still like this for the hair. These little bursts, right? And then actually, I think it works better without that. Let's do that. Doesn't need that. Maybe that. Right. Like this head shape is fine. Right. Maybe her mouth is a little too big. See, and then, you know, I wonder if by like down the road I'm just Oh, I kind of like that though too. There's a certain charm. Like I want there to be a certain charm to her smile, right? She's the main character, but she also has to have some level of just like goon, right? Like, you know, now she kind of looks like a bully. So maybe if I were to do, trying to split the difference wherever I can. It's funny, like what a difference the expression, in expression that's made just from doing that, right? You know, maybe she's got a bit of a crooked smile. That adds character. Let me see how far from a circle that is. It's not too bad. Hmm. So it's basically about kind of adding some like little flatter curves to this, right? And not just a perfect circle. Even though this isn't either. But the other thing that I want to capture is um just something a little more spontaneous, I guess. I don't know if I'll do that in the inks or if I should get some of that now. Um, so if we're gonna go by that, let's see this body really quick. I want to get some of like the doughiness that's in the design. Like, what if on her right eye, it tapers off, but like, and it's kind of, a little bit more nicer than this eye is just like, just this flat bonk. I think that could work. I should point this down a little bit more so you can make room for that. Right. And I think maybe even her eyes not being perfect circles, right? Like if I were to just kind of just do like a no, I think it needs to be a little higher up. Or the bottom lash needs to be a little higher up so it's not confused for cheek. You know, or do I just do... Maybe something like that. Let's see. Ooh. I might have to take a quick breather to let the BOIs, the Beastie Boys, outside if they need to go, and for me to wolf down a chunk of sandwich. But I'll be in a minute. Let's try to figure this out. Nah. Like, she doesn't have them in the comics either, so I don't know why I'm putting them in there. Or if it was more like, let me see, I need to use a bigger brush. I need to zoom out. Should I move her face back some? Kinda. Yeah. Yeah, not too bad. Try to keep this round. Alright. Let me see what this face looks like. Okay. Yeah, she's too long, I think. Yep. And then even in the shoulders, I think it drops down a bit too much. Right, and then, you know, she's also uneven. Yeah, I guess she was a bit hunched over in that view. Now we're just drawing this. Let me just draw this, right? I'll do it on this layer. I'll change colors too, just to... Yeah, I think it's got to be something more like that. And that's like, you know, her hands like this. I wouldn't make her hunched over like that, but these are her proportions, right? And she's still kind of lanky, I think it kind of, she still kind of has this, probably even more like that, I think. Remember, she keeps things like forever, right? I didn't even have my cam on. That's fine. You don't need to see my mug. Something like this, right? She hangs on to her stuff, so her shoes are beat up. She's wearing gnarly like skate shoes and shit. Probably outdated too. She just mixes and matches her clothes, right? She just layers up. You know. But I think I know I always say this like when I think about it, but you know I kind of need to fix the rest of the but I haven't drawn the comic in like years anyway, so it was gonna be rehauled anyways. I'm just gonna essentially just draw over what I already did and just fix up what I have to fix up. But you know, and again, like that's probably gonna. She probably is gonna still look more like this in the comic, right? But I think this kind of captures the look that, like, if this were to go to animated series, what would I want it to look like? And it would be something along these lines, right? All right, give me a second. I'm gonna be right back. I'll just do the be right back thing again, but I'm gonna move it to the newer drawing. There we go. I'm gonna let the boys outside and take a quick breather and scarf down a sandwich. Be right back, 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 back. Everybody in the room is munching. Look at that. Let him go. Look at him go. I'm gonna take some bites of the sandwich as I do this. So, actually, I'm gonna mute the mic. I'm gonna be right back. But at least you get the puppy cam. Okay, so the boys are back. I'm going outside. They're done snacking. I'm done snacking. Excuse me. That's what I get. Um, for the sake of this turn, let's stick with this design. I think. Does this look for Gabby rather than the OG? As much as I like the OG. I just don't think it really captures her character. But then again, I don't know if this one actually does either. Or here's the other option, is I could just go with, and this would have been smarter to do, is open up one of the comics pages. Or a couple of the comics pages. And use those proportions. Right? Aren't I supposed to be smart here? Oh, it's like, okay, let's see, we got a couple here. Got this. Oh, we don't need that. Nope. Throw this in here. That's for later. Yeah, I'll close that out. She's kind of got long legs, skinny legs, right? Kind of wiry. Like, look at these proportions. Excuse me. See, now that's what I'm missing from this current look. Is I'm missing some of this character here. So, you know, I guess for this character design, it's gotta be like some sort of mashup, right? Oh dang! You know what? Okay, because she does have a big head. And then there's this, right? But this is kind of more of a special case, right? This is like a special pose. And kind of same with this. So that's why it's sort of strange. You know, obviously like her arms are exaggerated here, right? So they're super tiny. And here like her legs are more exaggerated and her arm, I mean she's more stretched out. See, this is what happens when you don't draw every day. You do design every day. Is things just kind of the art of drawing is kind of tough. You lose the, you know, I know for sure for me, you know, I lost like the flow of it, the muscle memory of it. So it's like that's kind of what I'm trying to get back to here. Um, you know, so I'm trying to take like, you know, what the common, you know, and that's her with her hoodie on right here. These proportions, I think this is the proportions that I'm trying to shoot for. Semi Dennis the Menace, you know, kind of squat. But then here she's all stretched out. She's super tall. I do like how this page looks though. Like all you gotta do is clean up the line work and it's pretty much there, right? Drop in maybe a couple color paddles. Alright, no, this is the ref. Okay. So we got a ton of shit over here. Where's that ref? Man. Alright. He's over here for the time being. Oh, okay, I already had that in there too. Shit. Alright. So, like, you know, her head to body ratio is a little bit less severe in this panel. Like, see her head at like this size, but her eyes, her face is a much different scale too. Okay. See, I think this is a little too lanky, a little too tall. This might be a little too squat. And this is also tall. I still think these are the right proportions for her. Here. But that would, man, how tall would that make her then? Let's see, let's bump this baseline up. So let's say this is her. Oh wait, no. What would that make her? Only like 4'11"? Shit, no, she's too short now. Yeah, she does need to be just a little taller. Because right here, she's about like 5'2", I think, is where I set her at. Right? Alright. Well, I guess let's just kind of stick with, let's keep going with this one. Times it. Let's get the front. 3 hours or 2 hours left. The front and the 3/4, maybe the profile, and then we'll pick it up tomorrow with some line art. What is that? Okay. Okay. All right. There'll be just a billion different designs for Gabby. Just gonna add this one to that lineup that we were looking at earlier. I'm gonna throw my headphones back on, get into some tunes. All right. Going back to the playlist. Let's see what track are we on. Rubber Lips, Young Holt Limited, and it is number 24 on this Fender Rhodes Chill playlist that I posted in the link. Man, I meant to check this while I was taking a break. Okay, I want to make sure that my... Okay, awesome. It properly updated my description. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Alright. She's a little more rubber hosey, I guess, in the other designs, and I think that's where I was trying to get a little too. Probably break this down into some simpler shapes, right? I think I do want to kind of go with these little wider cartoony feet. This arm's too short. Oh, oh, oh. Then maybe this one can stand to be punched up a little bit. Just a touch. Again with the big feet. Somebody once told me in the industry when I was doing pitches and stuff, you really like to draw the big feet. I don't know. Cartoons, man. Chill. Yeah, maybe no. Sometimes it's hard to take the 3D cap off. 3D kind of sometimes feels like a curse because in a way it's like you see things in a much different manner, right? Like you could see from, you're imagining in different dimensions and points of view. And you try to, because, well, at least for the design, you got to try to fit that to every scenario, right? You kind of had to plan out in advance, like, what do you want it to do? Whereas this, you can kind of tweak it as you go, with 2D. But, and that's just because the characters need to be built. As opposed to this, where it's just like, okay, well, it's a new pose, and they'll have to go and draw a new pose for it. I like this now, man. Let me see. Let me take a step back for a second. Let me get the. Let me see. This could be done right here, just a little bit, just a touch. Maybe a little bit in both directions. A little more like that. Let me. What am I listening to? This is wild. This is epic. I like it. I like it. She does lean a little bit. I think maybe something about here could be scoot that. Dude, I think, yeah. I need just a touch. All right. So let's bring it back. I'm just gonna use this. We're gonna work with that now and turn off these other two layers. Oh yeah. Oh wait. Yeah, we don't need that. Cool. You know, obviously this needs to be cleaned up and tweaked to match those transformations. The sleeve's just a touch too low. Oh yeah. That's what I need to do. Okay. What would be more like that, right? And then she would have this sleeve cut through because that's what she would do, right? This entire sleeve like stretched out. Maybe one's a little looser, right? And then she's got socks and she's got um, I'm just gonna do it. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a little dimple for the sock, right? Maybe even smaller than that, like a little just bit. And I also think she should have just some loops and shit just hanging off around, right? Same with the ears, but I think her ears could be a little rounder. They could come up like this more. See, here's the tricky part about sketching is just I probably mentioned it on one of the other designs, but it's just like trying to decide like, okay, where exactly is that line that you're looking for? Where's that edge? You know, and it can make all the difference. Like you can just look back at it, you're like, oh wait, now it looks completely different because like those wide, loose drawings, I feel like your mind can pick which one is the definite line, like which is the definite edge. But when you try to whittle it down to that, you know, it's a little trickier. But I do want to do, yes, I still want to keep this little thing happening here. And then this will kind of be this blush. And she just has one dimple. Let me see how I treated them on the other characters. Oh, they don't even have ear things. Dang, really? That's funny. Like, all these characters, they don't have, like, they just have outer ear drawing, but no inner ear. Interesting. You know, she can have that. She can have one here. Right? She's got one here. I think it should be a chunky one here. And then another chunky one. And then a little one there. Right? Something like that. You know? And if I were to clean this up here too. But I also need to give her kind of this treatment as well, like what I got going on with Chris and Rosa. I think she needs some of those. And I want to do that in the shoes. Like, these other shoes are way too complex. I think it just needs to be, you know, really simple and even just kind of almost abstracted shapes. You know? So it's not so dull. Let's see, where's that? Not that one. Not in there either. Where you at? Oh, there it is. Okay. I'll bring this up. No, oh no, I erased it. Okay. All right. I need some funner shapes like that, kind of. Something like that, right? Right, and then so like here, and here, and it's like there. I gotta make sure they go in these shoes too. I think her shoes are too big for her. They're not. She doesn't have that big feet. She somehow makes it work, but if she's drawn without her shoes on, her feet probably be like this, right? I don't know what the fuck that was. That was horrendous. Sorry for any. Her feet are probably like that, right? If she's just in her socks. She's got something worked out with these shoes that. See, I want to do some shit like that. Right. You know. Here. Also, I gotta. Oh, she does need to be longer though. That's right, because of the. Or I can just increase. This is what I'm gonna do. I'll just increase because I want to keep her at 5'2", but I'm gonna have to bring all this down. I like these proportions, so what I'm gonna do is, it's just a sketch. Yep, perfect. Pull it down. She's like 5'2". All right. That's just throwing me off. All right. I mean, I'll just increase her size. Right. Her head got that much bigger. Right. But that's a good 5'2". Bang. So these previous turns and sketches are just basically going to be essentially guides. You know, now that we've kind of got this newer take on her design. Oof, oof. Come on, Adobe. Right. I don't want her neck to be too long. And it doesn't connect. The head doesn't connect. So I guess wherever. Or maybe I'll do like a little overlap like that, if anything. Yeah, maybe I should be just. Man, this one's like very, very finicky to nail down. Alright. Got pretty basic sausage fingers. Nothing too fancy with these characters. Although I should give them a little bit more character as well. Wait. How many? Oh, they have 3? I think I should. I don't know. I think I should keep them at 4. I think those guys should have 4 fingers. Just makes things a little bit more. I don't know. I think a little bit better to track. If I do 3 fingers, it's like I know I fucked up. And then it's not realistic, so I gotta remember to just get loose with those fingers as well and not get so hamstrung by. Right. Right. Something like that. Nothing too fancy. Right. Just as long as they have some character, that's all. Those don't exactly have character, but let's see what I can make of it. One, two, three, four, five. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can count, children. And then right here, let's put these socks. Give them a little bit of a. I want it just to be just a touch. Like that's way too big of a bump for these socks, right? I want it to just be like a little pimple that pops out, right? And then she's got tore up leggings, right? Because she reuses everything. Got a belt. She's got all sorts of junk on her at any given point. She's probably got like keys, right? She's got like a what's it called? A Swiss Army knife. I never finished a shoe. Maybe she's got fat laces. Right, and it's cool, and it's fine that it's like skewed like that too. But I should play a little bit more with the abstractions and not just the literal shit, right? Right. All right, I think this is it. I think this is it. You know, I think if I'm gonna do anything with like her lips, I'd probably just use it more in the line. So maybe I'd make it a colored line and then make it a little thicker, you know, here and then here as well. You know, shit. Maybe she wears black lipstick. Right. Here we go. Check out this one. Yeah, I'll probably go that route. Just give her like some really like thick, like outline, like a brush line there, right? And then, don't forget this part too. Kind of has like a Fleischer style feel to it too, I think. Almost like Coco the Clown or something. I kind of like her second eyebrow just being that right there, right? And then sorry, I'm getting lost in the tunes right now. I think it's still the Fender Rhodes and Chill. Now, got an hour and a half to figure out the front and profile. Oh well. Same as it ever was, huh? Probably gonna have to pull some overtime. I also got like this big ass blog post in the works that I came close to publishing last night, but I was so tired and I was sitting through a meeting and I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to. I'm gonna have to like proofread this at a time when I can just know what I'm looking at. Oh no. Go away, scam likely. I think this should be black too, right? Or should it be blonde? Maybe black, right? And so like, let's say. Actually, no. I think the shirt's gonna be dark, and then the undershirt's gonna be light. Yeah, cool. All right. So let's get the front and three-quarter profile down. I'm gonna hide. Actually, no, I'm not gonna hide them because I wanna kind of keep them around um, for inspiration. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let us go. Actually, what I'm gonna do here as well is, where's that? Okay, that's the correct one. Let me hide that. Be right back as well. That should be only when I need to be right back. Right. So I'll have two places I could look at it from. Oh, there's two. Jeez. Let's move this up here. Getting crowded, huh? We're gonna put it there. Oh, see, I don't need this. Okay. Actually, I'll leave that out. Wait, what did I just hide? Dude. No, no. Yikes. Okay, move that. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we could probably actually get rid of that. Actually, even that too, I think. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it. I don't need that either. I'm just gonna keep these like original ones in there just to kind of use it as a guide. That's not it. There we go. Okay. All right. These should be on a different layer because I know I'm going to end up drawing over with this symmetry. Okay. Need that. Number one. Okay. Number two. We keep it moving. All right. So this is a lot different now. This head is something similar, right? Her eyes probably. I'm getting Grundy vibes. Hmm. But see, now I'm thinking her eyes aren't far enough apart to compensate for that head space. And that's why she looks like Jack Nicholson. Whew. I think these from the front they need to be a little closer, don't they? I mean, like look at her in that top panel here. They're a little bit further apart here, but it's not too bad. But yeah, I think for this design, I don't know. I think that's still proper. Right about there. I just gotta work out the rest of the. I think this needs to kind of come down a bit. Where's her cheek at again? Right above here, right? Actually, no, I didn't get it. Yeah, her mouth kind of points in a way. It's that Wally Wood mouth. But she needs something to like. I mean, I know she's got this. Well, okay, I'll get to that when I get to that. That's an asymmetrical part. Something like that. I'm liking that ear. I'm happy with that ear. And that 3/4. Let's see. Alright. Maybe something like that and something like that. Yeah, I think this needs to come here. There's the ear. Right, and then. Well, where's the bottom of her chin here? It's still kind of. And then, again, like this neck is just gonna be the exact same thing, right? Actually, no, I gotta draw it first. Right? So, we're not gonna see the bottom of her chin here either. It's gonna. Right, so kind of do this. Clean it. It's like a street tough from like the 1930s, like comic strip. Little ghoulie or something. I do like that drawing, so. I am like in this direction for Gabby. So I would say, let's see, if we're gonna estimate like what the front of this would be, kind of like this, right? And then the arms, right? And the legs. Not quite symmetrical, but somewhere along those lines. See, that's not too bad. A quick little time saver. So like her shirt would kind of come down. We'll handle the asymmetry in a second. I'm gonna get all this stuff down first. So it's kind of like the collar of her undershirt, and then probably about here be the t-shirt. Use a little more shoulder, I think. How did I? Maybe just continue this shape, the bell from the shirt, right? And then this can kind of come down. If we can get the profile down too, that'd be awesome. Oh, I'm happy we got some workable design that's something a little different than what I was doing. Oh, oh my goodness, stretchy. All right. So these feet. Let's see. What are these hands? Somewhere about here. Here. I'm just doing some really quick blocking in. I should do the same on the profile right now, actually. I think maybe about here is fine. For these arms. Right. And then I think this shape as well is gonna work for the legs. Right. Mm. Yeah. more shoulders. I just don't want to make her too broad-shouldered either. Actually, before I do that, I want to make a just quick copy of that for later, just in case I fuck it up. I want to come back to it. Alright. I'll fix it when I fix it. I just want to do this, just clean it up really. What I want to do. So maybe it kind of just hangs a little bit, right? And then we get neck, we get ear. She's got the fat one, she's got the medium one, and is that eye too big? Is it too wide? Kind of feels like it. Way too far though, man. I think this might be a little too severe, this little cheek. I do want to at least kind of give a rounder appearance to her face. Right. So then this kind of follows. It's not, so it doesn't get, her face doesn't get too lumpy. It kind of stays a little rounder. Maybe it needs to come down a little lower as well. Yeah, this is a little rounder. I'm gonna have to copy and paste it again. Yeah, I'd have to make her smile asymmetrical, I think. Just because otherwise it looks like a scowl. So I'll play with that once I get the rest of this down. Also gonna take one more quick break. In a second, I'm gonna get these feet really quick, and then I'll take a quick break. And if anything, I might do the back, maybe back 3/4 two, in the off stream. But I will do screen recordings of that. I'm mostly going for the 3/4 in the front and a profile if possible. So okay, let's see. I mean, the shoe would probably be this, right? Boom, boom. That's what it needs to. Like that, and then that. Let's see, where is it? It's over here. Oop. So it'd probably be something like that here. Ooh, which is kind of tricky because now it's crossing the boundary. Ooh. This is like overlapping each other. So for one thing, I think what I would actually let's put this on a separate layer really quick. I think what I would do is I'd shrink this shape for sure. Bring it in. Right. But it can't cross the other line it can't cross is the leg line, like the inner leg line. Right. These are shoes. They're supposed to cover. They're supposed to go over the feet, over the legs. Something like that. Right. This is fine. Right. As is this. This is getting these fat fucking laces. Right. And then these nice wonky shapes here. Right, and this could be the lace. Could be one lace. Right. The other lace. Just hang there like that. Right. dang. Whatever. Those are some crazy ass feet. Bring this back down in here. Alright. Time is it? Okay. Just gonna do this really quick and then just gonna clean this up really quick. I'm gonna take a quick break. Okay. It's cutting it super close. It's like almost no walls inside of, no padding inside of that shoe. Well, that's sock also, so, but. You're not supposed to do that, right? What is happening with this? Okay. I'm sending the clowns, man. You okay, Spanky? That. I don't think she needs any more detail than that. Right. Then bring like just a smidge. Right. You okay, baby? Spanky snoring. Alright. The hair's asymmetrical. Some of this clothes are asymmetrical as well. And I want to do the same with the shoes. So it's quite a bit of it here. Cool. Oh, man, her. Man, feels like her face should be just a touch wider. I think it's the eyes. The eyes being so close together here and so far apart here. I'm trying to split the difference somewhere. Alright, I'm gonna go kind of clear my head for a second, see where I can take this. I will, you know where I'll be. I'll be where I'm at. buddy. Oof. Got my mic on. Sorry about that, folks. Okay. Hey, Harris, get that water. Speaking of, I should do the same. Hydrate. Okay, let's quickly. I think we got the basics for the front down. I'm gonna quickly get this profile down, and then we'll do all the asymmetrical parts, and then we'll have those three covered. So turn off the symmetry for one. Let me turn my thing back on too. You alright, buddy? I gotta program my little Stream Deck to do that. Right now, the only thing I use my Stream Deck for is for Photoshop functions. So, man, like we kind of did before, you know, we had this center line here. Oh, I didn't turn the symmetry off. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna use this guy here, a smaller guy. I'm gonna use a different color too. But the symmetry line would probably fall somewhere around here. So that's where we should have probably aimed a little bit more for the front, but we did kind of take a little bit of liberties just to get some of that mouth in there, a little bit more of that mouth in. But I might tweak it some more too when I do the asymmetry. But so that's kind of where we're looking to like hit some of these marks. But this isn't for 3D either. This is for 2D. So, so what I would do is this. I'll get rid of some of these. Take this joint off too. Okay. So I guess right here, I'm gonna do one more layer. And I'll probably do hers in like a different color. I'll leave that on multiply as well. Alright. Now I'm gonna go. So at all 5-2. Right, I like the shape of this head here, so I kind of want to just for the sake of this design, and since it is 2D, I can get away with it. Do something like this, you know. Or also, the other thing I could do too, if I want to make it a little quicker, I could sit here and quickly hit some of these hot spots. Right. So that's what we would see in the profile view. So this head can be shrunk a bit, I think. Something like that. This would be something like this. I want to bring her mouth. If that curve's gonna come down, it should come down just a little bit lower, I think, in the skull. Right. So bring this and have that curve come just below the nose. I think that's the way her mouth could wrap a little bit. Give her teeth some space. I squashed a bit. So she's bald headed. This is approximately what she would look like. No, I think it should come here and then slope down. Let's see where we wind up with these eyes. What is it with, okay, it's a little higher on the front. Let's get that ear. What did we have for her ear before? Something like, okay. See, the thing that I'm trying to avoid with some of this stuff is like is getting it to be or look too puppety, you know. And I mean, I don't want it to look like that at all, but sometimes it's a little tricky to keep it from looking like that in the turn, right? And so down here would be the bottom of this hoop, right? And then right about here would be this other hoop. And then right about here would be this other hoop. You know, maybe they don't even completely cover that ear. Maybe this one, okay, this one does, and then this one kind of intersects, and then this one intersects a little bit more. So it's like the piercing is right there on the lobe, or on the edge of the ear, right? But we just don't see the rest of it, right? So this would kind of come into here and kind of cut in. This would go here, and then so it'd be like something like that. Only just kind of give it more of an earring type shape. So do this, and then up here as well. And these shapes kind of intersect. Give her a little chunky lobe. Alright, we'll go with that for now. These teeth too would also, this line would probably be here a bit more. This line would be here a bit more. And then maybe this one. Right. Oh, okay. This is that. Do something like that. And then she's got that little dimple up here somewhere too. Maybe that's in the line. Maybe that's her lips. It's like the lines are a little bit thicker, and then maybe they'll be in color as well. Right. Maybe this tooth could do something like this. Wait, man, it's tricky. It's like tight spots. And then this can come up like this. So eraser tool is kind of like a vacuum cleaner for stray lines. Alright, let's just soak it up. But I think I still want to give her one of these too. So just a little touch of character. Let's see, where's that? Okay, we're a little high with the dimple. And since she's asymmetrical, I'm gonna have to also do a different profile, but that would be off stream. So this body, kind of like what we did with the front. But only I do want this profile here. So what I would do is like essentially I'd probably bring this in some, and then I don't know, I'll organize it a little bit better here. It's throwing me off too. It's pretty much there. Maybe just a little bit more back here, right? And then maybe a touch up here. Where are her shoulders again? Something about there. It's her back. She's leaning a bit, so I might want to straighten this out just a touch. Yeah, something like that. You know, with the profile, I'd probably do the same thing with the shoe, although I'm going to try to line it up with the front. It'll probably be essentially this too. I might leave the foot at a slight 3/4. How did I do that? I think I just did one of these, and then a lace, and then one other lace. And then, like this would probably be more like that. You wouldn't see that one. Also, this is the inside leg shit. So this is the wrong, yeah, this is the wrong details. But something like that. So you need to come down just a touch. Whew, all right. About another 20 minutes or so. Lordy, it just kind of hit me in the past like 15. I was like, wow. Whew. Time just goes by quickly. What track are we on? We are on track 48, Offender Roads Chill, on the second floor by Dry Star. I need to turn off this be right back thing too. Oh my goodness. Getting there. Oh, please don't. Getting spam calls like crazy. Alright, so this foot, let's do something like this. Yeah, this is a cartoon. We gotta remember to kind of make some of these shapes fun and not get too strung up on them not making too much sense in 3D. I got 3D brain and it just completely broke my brain. You know, move this up a bit. It does need to make some sense though. Like, and shapes need to fit into other shapes, at least. You know, if I'm gonna abstract them, fine, but they have to at least, you know, a leg needs to go into a shoe, you know, and not look like it's just outside of it. Just got these weird ass fucking shoes too. So I'm gonna take some artistic license, man. But again, even you know, the premise is still like this is my portfolio stuff. So I'm not trying to get too off base and too just, you know, fuck it, I do what I want. Um, but I am trying to just branch out as well. So although these are the more the zigzag socks, right? You know, same with the leg. The leg needs to, you know, if I keep it flush, fine. But at some point, it needs to look like it's going inside, like one is on top of the other. You know, I think even the trajectory of this shoe, um, maybe the other thing too. I think this needs to just come in just a touch. Shapes and shapes and shapes and shapes, shapes and shapes and shapes. Kind of starting to fall apart. I want to go back some. Yeah, that's fine. That's. Or here, let's see what happens here. So if we bring this here. Oof. Wait a minute. See, I also have to consider this right here, which you can't see. I apologize. But on this front, you see the distance between these two shapes here. There's much less between these two shapes here. So I'm trying to compensate for that. That's, you know, this is where so it needs to come from here. I almost think maybe shit, maybe it should be straight. Or maybe yeah, straight and then out. Such a weird shape for a shoe, but fuck it, let's try it. I want to go round here and then back and then chunk and then I think this toe could use a little more kick as well. Also this, man, I gotta consider this as well. So I think it also could come down a little bit more. Just to let everybody know that yes, it's even when it recedes in space, it still kind of holds its composure. Because I'm kind of thinking I should just go front to back, right? Should just do this on that side, which is fine, but I think this also needs to kind of work with it in some way. Something like that, perhaps. Alright, let's clean it up really fast. We only got about 15-20 minutes left, so we gotta get to that hand and stuff. So let me boom, boom, straight shot, almost straight shot, curve, toe shape, boom. Give it a little bit of funk to it. Bow, a bow. And I think the laces could just kind of cut over like that, and then do something like that, right? It's not a perfect profile, but we're going for 2D, so I think if it was 3D, I would just have to hash it out then. Yeah, I don't even know if we're gonna get to the asymmetry as well. Let's see, here's the shape of her neck. Oops. Okay. And again, this would be, get rid of the connection. We didn't even get to her hair either. Alright. Maybe if I don't do it off stream, then I'll just do it tomorrow, and then, it'll be like kind of the other time when, I had just finished up some roughs along with some inks. Kind of just like wind just like punched out of my sails. It happens on a daily basis, so take a little break. You just take a break, and then it bounces back in the late afternoon, evening. A lot of stuff going on. I'm just trying to keep up with everything, which I'm hardly doing, but what can you do? Now that my feet are somewhat working too, I should go on a little walk. I've been kind of in and out with this whole gout BS. I mean, it's my fault, but it still sucks. Trying to get that silhouette too, something interesting. And then her hands should kind of come out. Tubular. Make it tubular. This isn't a tried and true method for doing character turns in terms of like doing the copies, but it does kind of help, you know, not having to jump back and forth visually, you know, to figure out where all the placement is, right? So this is like this kind of. I'm wondering if I should just handle the sleeve the same all the way and just cut it across, not show the underneath. If I were to show the underneath, it, you know, probably be like in a special circumstance, or it'd be in a different, maybe in a different character sheet. Then I gotta line up all the stripes. Do something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, it's just a rough. I don't know what this is. I mean, I think she does. She should have like a leather bracelet or something. She just keeps on. The shirt fits super loose, right? I just gotta 2D-fy it. You know, this hand would probably be something like this, right? We just see just a bit more of the fingers in the hand. It's not too much different, you know, and I don't know if I'd want to do it from that angle either, right? So it'd probably be something more like something similar to that. Yeah, that's not too bad. There's some character in those hands. Right. And then, you know, obviously these tears are from the front, so it'd be something like, and again, this isn't exact because, you know, I'm just kind of trying to wrap as much as I can up for time, right? But you know, this right here would probably be more on the side, right? And then we see this little chunk here, right? That kind of comes out. So I'd keep like the same outer shape, but then just change this shape, you know. And I can just do something like that. It's similar, you know. It's not exact. You can do like a little, but there, and then these are her torn up leggings, right? And then there's one on the side over here. You know, it looks like it's behind this one. So this can kind of come over here too, even a bit more. And I would, you know, make that a little bit more interesting, I suppose. You know, let's clean it up a little bit here. Oh, let's get rid of that. Right, but maybe something like that. I think that's kind of what I wanted to shoot a little bit more for too, that I was kind of missing out this entire turn. It's just a little bit more fun in the shapes, because this is more like a fun comics type thing than, you know, an animated series really. Alright, so we got like a quick front profile. Let's throw down some hair. The asymmetries, well, the hair is symmetrical as well, but actually I'll do that on a new layer as well. I'm gonna do, alright, I'm gonna do that in like red. And so you know, I don't want to clear all the guides. Although it might be quicker. Yeah, let's fuck it. So clear the guides and I'll just throw a new one here. Okay. Oh, what's up, Dandelion Wiz? Holy moly! Sorry I missed the chat. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for checking out the stream. I got like another 10 minutes, you know, but I'll be back tomorrow and Friday, uh, from 11 to 3 p.m. Central Time, and yeah, I'll be picking up. I'll be, you know, probably finishing up this rough. There's a little bit left to go on it. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna make it by the end of the stream, but it should be quick. And then I'm gonna do line art, and on Friday there'll be color. So I'm doing a full character turn on this character named Gabby, and it's yeah, it's still in the pretty rough stages. It's gonna need some work tomorrow as well, at least for half the stream, and it's probably gonna be one of those things where I end up inking the front and 3/4, and then inking the rest off stream, and then picking it up on um, Friday. So I'm getting the hang of it little by little, you know. But I'm happy to be live again. Happy that I'm sticking with it. Hopefully that'll last longer than I've, you know, my last attempts. So we're gonna do the rough of the hair. It kind of comes down here. Down to here, up, and then back down. So definitely want to tweak it so it looks good from the front, but it's something like that, I think, right? And then, you know, we got the first bang. I'd like to get these bangs to be a little bit looser as well, you know, and not just these shards that like just pop out. So, you know, it is that balance of like how much graphic design and how much realism, I suppose. Like this, I'd probably go all the way just to break that line up. Right, and then kind of comes up to here a bit, right? That's this shape. Center it a bit better. Then it comes here. So I wanted to cover at least that side of her head, but I also wanted to have a good origin point. So if that's the case, it's probably going to come all the way out. And if that's the case, I want to break it even more, like even further out. So it at least gives us, it doesn't get too noisy, right? Like you don't want to have this edge go right here where the ear meets the face, right? So, and even this is kind of tricky, but maybe, you know, maybe if you just cut into the ear a bit. Maybe if we brought it just a little bit. Because it's also got to follow this curve as well. Right. The other option is to bring it in down here. That. Yeah, maybe this isn't so bad right here. Give it I got some slum village. And then, um, so those are the three majors, and then there's this little spike, right, right here. So I think even this could probably move in a little bit closer. This can kind of come down a little bit more. Can kind of move stuff a little bit over, just a little bit more. Man, I feel like getting out of the house after this. Like I'm trying to be good and not eat like shit and not spend money and be a little bit more responsible. Man, I'm like I'm cooped up in here, so it's like okay, it's nice to just be able to escape. I also don't want to look too much like a Karen. Maybe I could do this. This will be a cool shape. Right. Say she does this and then say foink, 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 foink. Alright. Not too bad. What time is it now? See how much we can get on a profile before the time's up. But, you know, it's not bad. I don't know if it quite matches the 3/4. I almost feel like this does need to point out. I think this does need to just break the silhouette entirely. Yeah, it's definitely a better look. And so right here, let me erase this. Right here, you know, this is that black spike, and then we got the second one, got the third, and and then she's got her little tail right about here, right? I still think we should see this set of bangs from the profile, right? So it should be something like from here to here, right? And then she's got that. So it should be like, should start with this, and then yeah, I like this design better. I think it kind of fits the more comedic tone that I was going for originally, you know, and I think she's, um, you know, not too sweet. She's sweet. She's a sweet character, but you know, I think that's reflected more in her actions and in the way that she acts. But like for this design, you know, I kind of want to go. I wonder if I should still go 3, maybe. And then this guy. It's probably a way to go. I kind of like it. All right. Well, thanks for joining. Thanks for everybody who came through. Thanks for saying hi. Thanks for stopping in the chat. I'm gonna hide all these guides really quick. I'm gonna hide the puppy cam. Say goodbye, guys. Say laters. Say laters. Say bye, Spanky. Spanky's off like scratching his ear. Hey, buddy. Um, but I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope you have a wonderful night, and I'll see you back here tomorrow morning-ish, depending on where you're from. It's late morning for me, early afternoon for some. But yeah, everything's in a playlist as well. I'm gonna post a blog maybe today. I've been trying to do it, but I finally like wrote the bulk of it. So I just need to go ahead and proofread it, and then write a couple more things, and then it's good to go. Everything's set up, and I got more pages in the works. So I'm gonna share that and news on that in a minute. But for now, get away from your screen, go outside, breathe in some air. I think it stopped raining here, so all right.